Hi, Base. You've been here so early. Thank you. I'm just adjusting the lights. Hello, David. How are you? Hi, Tiki. Hi, Theo. Oh, bless you. Sorry. Should have gone live sooner. Oh. Okay. Honestly, though, I would have done. How's your day been? Oh, you know when you have one of those days and like you start doing loads of things, but then something makes you do something else, and then it feels like you don't get anything done, but you've started doing a bunch of stuff, but you haven't fully finished stuff, so then it feels like you haven't really done anything because you've just been like running around trying to like fix certain things. Yeah, that's the kind of day I've had as well. It's been so annoying. Hey Bruce, thank you very much. How are you doing today? I had a call this morning and it was great. It was all good. And then I was trying to I really wanted to send some different files to the printer. That I struggled with that. And then the reason why I struggled with that was because I realized I've got to finish scheduling a bunch of stuff. To finish scheduling the stuff, I needed to edit the videos first. So I ended up spending loads of time editing the videos. I realized I couldn't edit anything else because then my Dropbox was fun. When is the last? Tomorrow. Because my Dropbox was full. So I had to empty out my Dropbox and clear out my Dropbox and start transferring the files. And then I was like, oh my God, it's like 3 o'clock. I need to do some packing. I haven't done any packing. So then I was packing for a while. And then I was like, I didn't film any of the transitions I was meant to film today. I need to figure out if I've got enough to post during the thing. So I came back and finished the scheduling before do you see what I mean? It was just, everything was just so messy. Anyway, I've managed to finish scheduling a bunch of stuff, but I still really wanted to, and then I was like, oh, Nicholas, ignore it. And then I still really wanted to film some stuff and edit some videos for a different thing I was trying to do. And then I was like, oh my God, this is all well and good now. I've uploaded today's video. I've scheduled everything. And I went to, and then I went to YouTube and was like, let me just make sure everything's okay. All the videos that I had planned to go out today, the 2 videos, they weren't there. And I was like, where are they? But then so I was like, what's going on? And then I realized I had uploaded one of them without the thumbnail. So I was like, crap, I need to make the thumbnail. I forgot about that. Oh. And then the whole time, oh, it's so silly. Sorry, I feel like I'm moaning about nothing. And then the whole time as well, yesterday, I don't know what I did. I mean, I know what I did, but I don't really know why. I shaved my legs, but now I've got like a razor rash on the front of both. So I don't know. I've just had a day. It's so itchy. It's so itchy. I've put cream on it, but my God. So that's been my day. Anyway, I'm so sorry. That's why I'm late. I was trying to pack, and then packing got hard because it got so confused. A 0, honestly. That Whiskey Rick, thank you. Packing then got difficult because Ghost and I were trying to do it together, but we realised what's really confusing is we're trying to be minimal with what we're packing, so we don't have to carry so much. We're packing for 3 climates? Do you have anything with tea tree oil? No, I don't. I have like a shea butter. Can it? It's all scabbed over now. Like it's like fully scabbed. because we had to pack for Hong Kong, which is going to be like warm during the day but cold at night. We're packing for Malaysia, which is like 30 degrees. We're also packing because when we go to London, we're going to be spending a little bit of time there, a few days there, with Ghost's family in London, and as we've seen, it's been hitting -3 or -5 or whatever. So we've been like, okay, and then we've also been trying to figure out, out of all those clothes, how many what are we wearing on the plane, which is fine, that's normal for people to like figure out. But then we have to pack a separate bag to leave at Ghost's mum's house, so when we come back we don't have to do washing. We'll just be there for a few days, and then we can wear those clothes. So we had to pack like a separate bag to leave there. So it's been so much of like, okay, but what about this? Okay, but what about when we get there? Okay, but what about when this? Today just felt really messy. So I thought if I do Asuka, I can start doing a bunch of Asuka makeup looks. Hi, Les Banana. Sorry, I saw you had a bit of a rough day. I hope it's getting better. Or at least I hope I can distract you. I can bring Peppa Pig down if it'll help. I thought at least if I do Asuka, it's small and it could be quite quick, right? So worst case scenario, I can just do a few of these. Like, I don't know. I could probably, if I wanted to, I could probably do 3 of them, but I don't think I will. I think I'll do a few. Anyway, it's just been messy. I just feel like I haven't achieved anything, but I've started doing loads of things. Oh my God, Michael, I do the exact same thing. And my friend told me that the formula for underwear when you go on holiday is amount of days +3. I had to say bye to my dog, but I'll be okay. He was an old guy. I'm just going to distract myself. I'm really sorry to hear that, Les Banana. That just sucks. There's nothing about that. That's a good thing today. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's really rubbish. I know you mentioned quite a lot of love that you have for your dog, which everyone does, obviously, but I know you mentioned about them before, so sorry. I was ready for it. He was 15. Yeah, but it doesn't make it any less hard, does it? So I hope we can distract you. Me complaining about trying to pack for 3 climates, as you can see. It's nothing. Packing is the worst because as a small giant, every outfit is its own luggage. Oh my gosh, V6. And when you're packing for like colder climates and you bring the bulkier stuff and it takes up all the space, because we were like, what are we gonna do on the plane? Like, it's gonna be so cold. And then I was saying to Ghost was like, we could just like be in a hoodie. And I was like, we can't be in a hoodie waiting for the bus, because it's gonna be like a 2-hour journey to get the bus to the airport. You can't do that in a hoodie. It's been hitting like -5. You're gonna be so cold. So now we're like, okay, cool. So we're trying. So silly. Oh my God. Right, yeah. A pair of snow boots is literally its own bag. Yeah. And I realised I don't really have like a pair of like shoes that I can wear when I go hiking, that I can also wear like outdoor exercise shoes. Don't have those. Oh, silly. Imagine owning snow boots. I own sneakers and Crocs. Oh my God, yeah, but I feel like you probably don't have the climate that, I don't know. To be honest with you, Les Banana, you kind of strike me as the person, it'll be cold outside and you'd still be like, well, my Crocs are fur on the inside, I should be fine. So I feel like you strike me as that kind of person to be like, it'll be okay. It's 100% not okay. Buy a coat from the show, where's the airport, and give it less fortunate around there. I don't have a thrift shop around here, or anyone that I know of. That's me, I'll slip and slide down the street in my Crocs. Mate, have you ever born? Anyway. I bought these cargo boots and I was like, oh wow, they're so practical. I slipped over on some ice so hardcore, and I I looked underneath my shoe to find out it was completely flat. There was no grip on it whatsoever. I was absolutely mortified. My world crumbled when I saw that. They were my Tomb Raider boots. Grippy and waterproof. Nice. Where did you get them from? They tricked you. They did. Okay, so chat, I have a question for you, especially for those of you who are wrestling fans. That's going to be a bit annoying, isn't it? Wolverine boots. They were on clearance. Nice. Nice that you got them on sale too. Also, this entire day I've wanted to rip my eyebrows out. You know when you have one of those days? Does anyone have one of those days where like I just kept thinking this would be easier if I pulled out my eyebrows? Anyway, $100 instead of $300. Damn. I mean, I think that's still expensive, but for a decent pair of snowy shoes, are like, yeah. So, okay, here's the question I have. That I've come completely unprepared for. I shouldn't type millipede. When did we get this emote? I think that's always been there. I sort of know, right? You should pull those ones out. Right, I need to preface this with some careful wording and a disclaimer, okay? I'm not saying I'm better than her. That's what I am not saying, okay? Do you think I should do this makeup in makeup inspired by Asuka? Or take this idea and do it the way I would do it, which would still be inspired by Asuka, or should I try and recreate it like for like? Because I'm leaning more towards doing it how I would probably do it. Shut up, Theo! How I would. I'm better! The way I would do it, okay. Because I was worried it was going to come across that way. Do it the Melsuka way. Okay, yeah, okay, the way I would do it. Okay, do you think? She gets like 30 minutes. Which I did wonder. I did think that, like, some of it looks to me as though she's not given a lot of time. But I didn't understand how it worked behind the scenes. Since you're cheap, better do it your way. Look, everyone, if she finds out about this conversation, you all have to stick up for me, okay? And be like, Mel gave a disclaimer about this, actually. And she doesn't think that. It sounded like it from the way we clipped it, but it's actually not true. A lot of wrestlers get a really short amount of time. Really? No way. Have I misread her name for this entire time? Asuka? No way. Oh no, sorry, I've been writing it Asuka. Asuka. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Okay, all right, Asuka. I thought like the character. I think professional makeup personality is inspired to. I think professional makeup personality is inspired to do her makeup. Will sound fine to her. Oh my God, V6. Sorry, can we remove the word professional? Her face paint is so good. Yeah, that's really fun. Her Instagram is hilarious. I was looking at it earlier, but to be completely truthful, Hulk, I wasn't paying attention to anything. I was really just kind of paying attention to like what she's done. Because my plan is, I would like to make a video where I do loads of her makeup looks and I recreate loads of them. That's what I would like to do. I'm not going to get time to do that today, what with the silly inconveniences we've had. Mel, this is your profession. You do makeup. No, I'm a professional streamer. I'm a professional streamer who does makeup. Because my argument is like, oh God, I've got the thing on the end of my finger. My argument with that is like, you know when people are like, oh, if you're paid to do it, then you're professional. But like streamers could, they shouldn't, but like a streamer could give lip filler to another streamer online. That doesn't mean they're a professional lip thing, you know what I mean? So that's why I'm always like, but I wouldn't classify myself as professional. I use personality strategically. All right, strategic words. Mel, shut up, please. Okay. Okay, cool. I'll just sit here. And a face paint is my costume supposed to be art? Yeah, I was just worried because I'm scared. I don't want anyone to come for me when like, this wasn't even my plan. You're a professional body painter in MUA. I mean, I don't really think so! Right, whatever. I'm just gonna ignore everyone and I'm just gonna start doing what whatever. Oh God, I really need to shave my eyebrows off, chat. I'm getting so distressed by them. They're stressing me out. I've never felt so upset by them. What if I get razor rash on my eyebrows too? Chat! You guys did so many giveaways that we ran out of stamps. We ordered more, but Royal Mail is Royal Mail. If they don't arrive tomorrow, half of you aren't getting your giveaways until we come back. Everything happened today! And I couldn't get hold of my accountant and I got really mad at him. Back on the phone! Your half eyebrows stressed me out a little. Oh, half! My God, these ones are basically full. They need to go. I can't do this. They've got to go. Oh my God, so much better. Get rid. Oh. Finally. Much better! Thank God. Oh my God. Doesn't even use shave cream. No. Raw dog it. Hi, Raya. Oh. So much better. When she wrestles, she knows her face paint is going to come off, so she probably doesn't put that much time and effort into it. That's fair. We have different priorities. But then you shave your face in the shower. With soap. Okay. I'm cheating. I'm trying to cheat my lighting setup, and that's silly because I paid a lot of money for it, and I shouldn't even be trying to do that. So, can you just stand straight? Thank you. All right, that should be there. So I'll put that over there. And this. Okay. First day using my new tripod bracket. It's like watching those movies where a guy shaves his face with his combat knife. V6, I don't think I've ever used shave cream on my eyebrows. I've done that for years. My eyebrows barely exist. Shave cream anywhere near my face would send me into a tizzy. Oh my god. We've only got 38 seconds left on this SD card. What have I done to deserve this? I think I accidentally just started filming. Right. Okay, and then surely there's nothing important on this card. We can just delete everything. Yeah, I was filming. What's that? Oh, awful. It's the Grinch one. Delete that. Alright, let's wipe this card. Delete. All frames. Yeah, delete that, please. Back to Asuka. I wish she would poison mist more people. Not because I like seeing it in wrestling, but because the memes she makes of it are hilarious. They use poison? Don't any Baldur's Gate 3 characters? Yeah. Lizelle and Karlach. Poison mist. People can poison each other. Water and green food colouring. The more you guys tell me about wrestling, the more insane I think it is. Alright, we're set up here. Mel, I hate to break this to you, but a lot of V6, please! Wrestling is violent soap opera. It's all acting and storylines. Right. And I totally get you on that. And like, that was shocking to me when I first found out because I thought it was like UFC. Anyway, but they used poison mist. I thought it was like, they just like, kind of like pretend fight, but I didn't realize they could like do things like poison mist, superpower, X-ray axes. You know what I mean? They do get really hurt. Right. But what I mean is like, I didn't know that they would do superpower things. Used to have sock attack. Like, this is what I mean. Called the Undertaker, and he was supposed to be demonic, control lighting, and return from the dead. Is that what he would do? I just thought he got that name because he was because it was like scary. Of poison mist. Yeah, let me see. Oh my god. Okay, sorry, that's disgusting. But yeah, okay. So dramatic. Okay, cool. Hell in a Cell. I think that's basically Kill a Sofa. Maybe he needs to hypnotize. That's what I didn't know that. That was so funny. That's why it's awesome. I didn't realize it was like silly. Do you know what I mean? I didn't realize it was silly. I just thought it was, yeah. That's funny. What? You need to understand what a babyface or a heel is to understand why she uses the poison mist. What? There's like techers? Now the WWE runs our Department of Education, so we got that going for us. Our Department of Education. Huh? I think now more than to appreciate what wrestling is meant to be. I actually enjoy it for the theatrics, but as a kid I hated it. Oh god, yeah, that's understandable. There's a guy called Mr. Iguana who comes to the ring with an iguana puppet and uses it magic against people. Okay. I'm starting to understand the more theatrical pantomime-ish kind of crazy stuff. Okay, I didn't realize that. I thought they would just like get mad and fight, but do scripted moves that weren't scripted, they were practiced. You know what I mean? I know this is gonna sound really disrespectful, but like how? Education sorted. Okay. I'm gonna start with just doing my base makeup. Is in the WWE Hall of Fame. There's a lot of wrestling terms that people use. Babyface is a good guy. Heel is a bad guy. When you say babyface is a good guy, is there a character called babyface and heel? Or does babyface mean good guy and heel means bad guy? No, they're the terms. Okay, just because you just told me someone was called Mr. Socko. Okay, alright, just a slight confusion. Heroes are referred to as babyface. And Asuka, who is Asuka a heel or a babyface? Asuka is currently a heel. Has Asuka, oh, back and forth. Babyface can turn heel, but can a heel turn babyface? And Rhea Ripley is a babyface. Sometimes just faces. Named Al Snow, who was mentally disturbed and had a mannequin head that he would talk to. Oh, okay. There's basically some put a sock on their hand as a one-off and it took off too much. Alright, okay. So they did something silly and then unfortunately got branded by it. As such, a face turn is when someone switches from... Okay, so can you please give me an example of how somebody has turned from babyface to a heel? Like, what happened? Sorry, this is a really funny conversation to someone who doesn't know anything. John Cena, okay, so what did John Cena do that was so bad? What a question. Is it? Like, she goes out with all her friends but beats them up and takes the belt instead. That's so mean. And that's what makes somebody a heel. Question, why do people want the belt so much? I know it means winner, but does it mean more than win? Recent heel turn, becoming a villain in WWE during his farewell tour surprised fans. Jesus Christ, this is so, like, there's so much lore. Wrestling is a live action stunt. Yeah, we've established that. If a good guy attacks a fellow good guy and joins a bad guy, okay. So like they have like a fight. Okay, so let's pretend that John Cena was gonna start. John Cena is a babyface, and we'll pretend that Asuka is a heel, and they're fighting together in the ring, and then Rhea Ripley comes in to help John Cena. In the fight to win the fight, but then they win and Asuka's on the ground, but then Rhea Ripley takes the belt for herself. That means Rhea Ripley is now a heel. It could just be they start getting cheered or booed. That might make the company change the gimmick. So it could just be that like people just decide to take a disliking to someone. Like they base it on the crowd sometimes too. Wild, help me! Help! Or if one of them is a movie, they do wrestling movies? Okay, so Mel, to confuse it more, a heel can still be a fan favorite and gets popped loud cheers. Whoa, so that's really confusing then, because like, how, but, no, that makes, no, that's fine. Okay, no, I think that's fine. That's fine, I'm still following. Because the crowd is enjoying the fact that they're a heel and they're doing crazy stuff, right? You hope they can change their ways. A heel and face turn take weeks, sometimes months, because they develop the story. Oh, right, okay. Jesus, okay. Ma'am, The Rock, Cena, and Batista have all been in like 50 movies. Oh, I thought you meant like WWE would have a movie, like a movie. Oh, sorry, I didn't let. Secondly, in their career, does that include any? Why is there an overlap between their films and the wrestling? Do crossover into movies quite a bit. Yeah, right. But as a separate thing, not as in like that's now got anything to do with the wrestling storyline, right? And then he's gonna shock everyone and he comes back as a heel. So, Kurt Angle is a good example of a crowd-based heel turn. He was a real gold medalist for the USA and he was supposed to be my favorite, but for whatever reason he got booed, so they just made him a heel. So that one was more like they had to just improvise because the audience started booing him. So they improv'd and then slowly turned him into a heel because they were basing that off what the audience was saying. Even, oh my god, it's like the audience are like members of a D&D group and they're controlling like via certain reactions, like what's happening, and the wrestlers and the people behind it are like the DMs. This is what this feels like, and they're just trying they're trying to go along with the storyline, but they're having to like slowly make some stuff up. No, he comes back to heel, not as a heel. Okay. Kelsey, later. How are you? What were you playing? Kelsey, I'm trying so hard to understand wrestling. I think he'd be a heel, no offense. Welcome on in everyone, my name's Mel, and Crosshair 7. I like to classify myself as extreme makeup athlete. I'm doing wrestling makeup today. And I've opened the biggest can of worms. What's a heel? Oh, Kelsey. A heel in wrestling is the term for a baddie. But not like a baddie, like a bad guy, like a bad, right? And a baby face is a good person. Cassie would be the heel. I filmed Cassie's birthday message today, but I'm not sending it until it's her birthday. I would be so bad. Yeah. Okay, so another term is a jumper. A jumper is somebody who constantly loses to main star wrestlers. PC jumper is enhancement talent. Also, doing a job is when one star puts over loses to another. Usually the one losing has been getting a push, and a push is when someone is booked to win. Jeez, okay. They pushed The Rock's cousin. He wasn't doing as good as they wanted as a team, so he betrayed them and was like champion for 6 years. The Rock's brother was a champion. She's teaching others. That's so funny. It should be WWE. These are the days of our lives. Sorry. I got lost. It can because the WWE do what they call a push, where they try to make a wrestler popular but the fans don't like it, and then they'll boo and we'll change the story. Right, so it's like D&D. Is that not a soap opera by you guys? D&D. That's like the most famous soap opera. Roman Reigns. I've never heard of this. No. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. These are the days of our lives. I've never heard of that. The most, but we made that. I think the most famous one is Disgustingly EastEnders, isn't it? Or Coronation Street. It was on the news. It was on the news that Emmerdale and Coronation Street were doing a collaboration. That's the level. Oh, you've heard. Oh, I have. I don't know anything. It's so clear. I don't know anything. Roman Reigns is really close to Flambe. Like, they're friends. There was a guy called Lex Luger that was supposed to be a babyface, but he was really boring as the good guy, so they just made him bad too. Okay, close in character. I thought you meant like the voice actors. Oh god. Ah! Okay, I did not realize I was going to open the biggest can of worms in my life by doing this. Okay, everyone related to The Rock gets hired and pushed by WWE, whether they are good or not. Best example is Nia Jax. She's not a very good wrestler. It's considered unsafe by many because she injures many of her opponents. Okay, like injures, like actually for real injures. Oh, Kyle. I found this out like a couple of years ago when I painted someone I don't know who's got loads of makeup looks. I did like 6 makeup looks in one stream. And that's how I found out. Sting! Thank you, Hulk. Like supposed to pull a kick, but full on hits them. Okay, so then they don't become popular with other wrestlers as well, because they're a bit like, what are you doing? Is that correct? A theatrical soap opera, but you can still get hurt. It's crazy. Okay. Mel needs to do Ultimate Warrior. She has his energy. I thought Ultimate Warrior was like Takeshi's Castle. So big thing behind the scenes wrestlers that is a flex is if you can keep your opponent safe and still look good. Bret the Hitman Hart. And Nia is the opposite of that. Okay, so people don't like Nia. No one really likes Nia because she's not pulling her punches. Why? Kayfabe means staying in character. Shoot means real. Work means not real. So would I be like I would be like John Cena is kayfabe in interviews because he's still in character. I saw 2 characters do variation of The Undertaker's brother Kane in the UK. We saw one person wear the Kane outfit, but called Blue Kane, but had the cease and desist from WWE, and then changed the name to Blue Pain. Hi, Peachy! Another was someone dressed in the rainbow colours and they called it Kane. Okay. Ninja Warrior, thank you. Wrestlers have died as a result. Owen Hart died in the ring because of negligence. What happened to Owen Hart? What, did someone like punch him really hard? No, John Cena would not be doing kayfabe in interviews. He's not in character. The Hart family is the 90s and 2000s version of the Rock's family now. Owen Hart died in the ring. He fell from the ceiling. What? Did he like die instantly, or did they have to take him away? But how do they know? But how do they know? Like when they're like play fighting and stuff, if he's actually okay or not. He died instantly? That's so horrible. He fell like 100 feet. Did he mean to fall 100 feet? Doing a stunt. The latch snapped. He crashed into the center of the ring and the ring collapsed on live TV. Luckily the camera wasn't rolling. But all those people in the audience would have just seen him die. This is the stream now. I know, wild. I did not anticipate this to happen. Whoa, that's so horrible. But all the people in the audience, they just basically saw him just fall from the ceiling and die. They used a rigging that wasn't suited for the stunt and it broke and he fell. I saw the pay-per-view when it happened. Whoa. Pay-per-view is that kind of like if you had to pay to watch my stream. All the wrestling lore. Do you know a lot of wrestling lore, Peachy? Yeah, they just saw him fall into. That's so scary. They made the wrestlers still fight that night. That must have been really... so distressing. You died on the way to the hospital. Oh, you paid for the channel. Oh, God. Okay. Most of it can. Obviously my makeup I can't, but yeah. I know zero wrestling lore. I'm here for the vibes. Fiji, we're expanding our knowledge base today. Gave his wife a few $1 million for the accident. That's so scary. I guess since then they've taken safety a lot more seriously like they would in things like F1. Yeah, Peachy. I know F1 is completely different. I just mean like when certain things come up that they could be really, really dangerous, then they suddenly change everything. You'd think that. They didn't? I overload your brain with wrestling terms, so you're fine. No. It's fine. Honestly, I'm not. My brain is a little fried. But it's not a problem. It's honestly totally fine. I kind of like it. Honestly, it's just nice seeing that you guys be really passionate about like something and I'm able to... I mean, I don't want to say I share it because I don't, but it's shared in a different way, isn't it? People still fracture their necks and others get very bad injuries. Okay. So what I'm understanding is, to put it together, right, is everyone obviously knows that wrestling is scripted and it's a theatrical soap opera. The wrestlers can get seriously injured though, and that is a big risk in wrestling and it's common. Wrestlers are meant to pull their punches and their kicks to actually stop injuring and hurting other wrestlers. The wrestlers that do pull their punches and their kicks and still look like they're fighting well are the ones that people really like. If you fully try and punch someone and you don't hold back, people, including your colleagues, do not like you at all because you're not practicing safe wrestling. Thank you, Peachy. They're famous for not taking care of the wrestlers. The wrestling company. They are private contracts. The UFC don't have to treat them like employees. Okay. Bret Hart was known as the best there is. The best there was and the best there will be. It's about fact, in my opinion. Okay. They might refuse to work with someone if they feel like they might get injured. Oh. When I go to Comic Con, my absolute favorite panel every year is the WWE Toys panel because there are always wrestlers on the panel and they come out to the entrance music. Sometimes stay in character. The crowd is super into it. It's amazing and fun. I didn't know that they turned up to Comic Con. And with the WWE is known for nothing being the best towards the wrestlers. They're just the biggest organization. The wrestlers are independent contractors and don't get health insurance. Okay. Peachy, I have actually seen this and I was obsessed with this video. It's so good. There's a lot of wrestling at San Diego Comic-Con. Also, fun fact, when I went to the panel you were in, I come straight from the WWE panel. Ah, okay, cool. I didn't know there's a lot. Every time John Cena does anything. Whoa. Because John Cena used his real name. Is that what that means? Oh, so if he had made a new name, like, I don't know, C-Pain, then he'd only get paid if he did something under the name of C-Pain. But because he used his real name, they own that. They own his name because his name is now his brand. Put them in his mouth. He's a nice guy too, I'm him. Okay. Bonesaw. I am just getting my reference photo. The comedy wrestlers are my favourite. R-Truth is hilarious. And Otis cracks me up too. I feel like I could talk about wrestling. I could chat about wrestling feature a lot. I can imagine there's a lot of history and lore to it. I mean, I knew they had like storylines, but I didn't realise that how in depth. I also didn't know that like there'd be like things like the pulling punches and stuff. Because of marketing rights, they want to be able to sell merch even if you aren't in the company anymore. And if they don't own your name, they don't have merchandising rights. In John Cena's case, he never wrestled anywhere else, so WWE was able to trademark his name. Whoa, okay. He only ever... And WWE is different to WrestleMania. One sec, let me start filming. It's still very entertaining. Peak wrestling was 90s. Okay, why is that peak wrestling? It was the peak was the Attitude Era. Everyone was fun and did whatever, kind of. WrestleMania is one of the biggest. WrestleMania is an event. So what are the other wrestling companies? Monday Night Wars. There's basically no competition anymore. Guess what? I can't wait to have a nice dinner. I don't care about what the name is. AEW is the only big one left. Okay, but there's lots of small ones. Okay, Japan has got two. AEW. That's all American No. American Eagle Wrestling. Huh? All Elite! Oh, okay. Are the All Elite wrestling nice to their wrestlers? There's also TNA Wrestling, Total Non-Stop Action, that just got a big TV deal. Right. There is a Canadian promotion coming to Wales next week where it's just comedic wrestling, where they have a huge guy called the Prisoner led by 2 police officers who took 3 minutes on choosing him. Then the bell rang, he ran off with the police chasing after him. I had people from the town post on the local area. Has anyone just seen a prisoner running past the bowling alley? That's pretty funny. It was started by the guy who is the big name in WWE now. Bar is low. America. Ah! All Elite Wrestling has better matches, but WWE is more entertaining overall. But you that okay, so like people have different opinions. Okay, got you. So that's where people's like differences might opinions might lie and that kind of thing. I went to All Elite Wrestling the other week in Manchester when they did the tour here. How often does WWE come to the UK? I'm not going, I'm just wondering. There has been some kind of deal between the UFC and the WWE, so there will probably be more UFC fighters going to the WWE world at some point. Why? Maybe Peachy. Whichever mod did that, thank you so much. Okay, so in the UFC you fight for real and it hurts like crazy and you might get injured and never leaves you, and the WWE is much easier and safer. Okay, just relies on you acting and being fit. I mean, with like MMA and UFC, do you feel like no one tends to like die in the ring, but they also have short life expectancies? I don't know, I'm just asking. Crazy, Michael. I think a lot of people will be really envious of that experience. It's regulated by athletic commissions. What's athletic commissions? Oh, Infernal, you can... Do you want to pop it in, like a Word doc and then send it piece by piece? I don't mind. Oh my god, this is my dressing gown! Oh, we stuck in there. I was meaning to wash it, but I might as well just keep it here and get covered in paint. UFC is far safer now, as I got shown the first 3 UFC events, and it was no gloves at all. Everyone thought it was fake until the first match when someone had their teeth knocked, and then those on it realised it was real. Ow! Wait, what do you mean? As in, like, people thought it was like a wrestling? Oh, thanks so much, Kat. I don't know what happened. It wouldn't let me do it, so thank you. But if not, I don't mind if you separate it out and send it in volumes. That's fine. My friends worked for a famous radio show in the US, and they had a wrestler on that show being interviewed. And the wrestler did not have a sense of humour and got very angry. My friend does jiu-jitsu, and they wanted him to stop the wrestler, but the wrestler was like 3 times his size. So it didn't really work out too well. Whoa! He got angry, or he was kayfabe? You got actually angry. With look, quick learner. How do you know in that situation if they're actually mad or if they're kayfabe? Like, how would you even be like, before being like, oh. I don't know what you said, but you did it. Kayfabe, Peachy, as I learned 4 minutes ago, is when they stay in character, like outside the ring, I think. So like, when you're flying through a door, it's a sign that they aren't playing. Got you. Yeah, they stay in character. Oh, yeah. Oh. It's more in interviews and everything. Once it gets physical actual fighting, that's okay. So, oh right. So it's more like the talk. It's not. They wouldn't actually try and like assault someone, but they would try. But okay, like it's more like the talk. It's not like. You smell kind. Thank you. Do they have a pair of legs per section? Jesus Christ, no wonder they got so many legs. I drew so many sections. She's done a pair of legs per 2 sections though, to space them out. Maybe I'll do that because that's why hers looks different to the actual millipede. She's spaced them. Peachy! Are we doing it, chat? Mankind! Oh, mankind is... Oh. I thought you were just saying because I was kind. That hits different now, okay? I feel like that was right. Yeah. Oh no, that's the back, so that wouldn't do that. So the back would have to start going this way.
His name is John C.
Thank you very much, Michael. Okay. Surreal fire my holidays. Yeah, exactly what I'm doing, Peter. As if we don't say it enough, but Mel's is one of the most wholesome, fun places to be in. That's so kind, though, Michael. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mankind was a character for a wrestler whose real name is Mick Foley. The man is a good human. He, at the start of the year, parted ways with WWE for the closeness to the current American president. The start of last year. In '97, an event took place that changed everything. It was called the Montreal Screw-Up. Bret Hart was leaving to WCW, but was the current champion in the company. Vince McMahon didn't want him to leave and take the title with him, so in a match between Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels, Vince came to the ring and ordered the match to end with Shawn as the winner. This was a shoot. Brett was not happy and knocked McMahon out later. Oh my god, like he actually got mad and actually knocked him out. That was the spark that led to the wait, was that real or not? That led to the, it was real. It led to the Attitude Era. WWE got a lot better, so much it eventually put WCW out of business and Vince McMahon brought the company outright. They did? Messed up everything! Did they? Oh, this is fire, let's go! Yay, that's so nice. The voice actor of the latest paint that I posted on Instagram, I'm a big fan of their music, and they commented on it, so everyone was like, go look, and I was like, ah! Do you know what's really funny is that Bot Squad have been making videos where they've been cosplaying Prism, but because they don't have Prism's powers, they've just been holding lamps. So obviously there's like lamps in the game, it's so funny. Essential wrestling. Sorry, what's the difference? Oh, sorry. Essentially, I thought essential wrestling is not a separate thing. It's. Did you mean essentially? Like, yeah, like a desk, like desk clams, just dancing with them. Okay, sorry. I thought you meant like essential wrestling is a separate thing. Okay. Essentially, got you. Sorry. Essentially, wrestling hasn't been good since then, because WWE was the only real game in town, so they had no more reason to push the envelope. Oh, okay. So they kind of, because that's the thing though, isn't it? It's like competition usually benefits everyone because it helps. It makes people come up with new ideas, etc., instead of just becoming a little bit like good competition. Because they bought, okay, so they were all bought out. Mind you missed those days, fair enough. Hi Yanks, how are you? I'm good. I've had one of those days where like I started doing loads of things, but everything was just messy. I had a messy day, to be honest. But I feel I'm all right now. Sorry for the lack of highs, but my fandom's kicked in. No, you're fine. Oh. Chat, it's my dinner time. No. What's hurting my head here? Oh, it's just my headphones. I think I've been wearing them funny. Oh, right. Got you, Kyle. Like, I guess like a lot of stuff just got a bit crazy in a bad way. Ah, Zero, it was so lovely of them to. I told them I was going to share some of the information they gave me in the Discord, and they were like, "Oh, if you want, we can join the Discord if anyone has questions." So I thought, oh, I'm a bigger fan. They're not. They're really lovely, aren't they? And they're funny as well. They make me laugh. Was not a good guy at the end in wrestling or overall. Thank you, Peter. Oh, okay. Oh my god, it's so hot. Oh my god. Can I ask what does CTE stand for? Yanks, today's the day I bring the belt out. And it took me 3 years, but I'll get there in the end. There'll be a day. There'll be a day where I think, do you know what? Today's the day, Yanks. Concussions. I don't know, CTE stood for concussions. Oh, chronic trauma. Oh, got you, okay. Sorry. Okay. Multiple. No, that's a difficult word. I struggled learning endometriosis for a long time. Multiple concussions. Okay. Really, Michael? Whoa. Oh, you're right, Zero. Thank you. Whoa. That's crazy, Michael. Sad too, yeah. Combat sport athletes. Even though they wear helmets. Well. Oh my god. Ghost used to play hockey, but not ice hockey. The scars he has on his legs. Whoa, okay. Okay. Oh wow. Got you. Whenever, okay, please forgive me because I am clearly not interested in sports. Whenever I've watched American football, it's very slow because it starts and stops all the time, doesn't it? Like it's constantly starting and stopping and the pausing. that to me, I always considered it as quite a slow, boring sport. But it's because of the starting and stopping, kind of like when you guys have, is it baseball? I think there's a lot of waiting. And so I stopped watching them because I've never watched a full game just because I'd be like, nothing's happening. Oh. Like an extra impact thing to add onto the helmet. I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't watch it. Yeah, but was blowing up. They have to restart. Yes, that was the bit. I was like, nothing's happening. This is so strange to me because whenever we go to a different country, Ghost likes to watch the sports to see what the sports are like. And so when we've been to America, like not last year, like the year before when we were in San Diego, we had the American football on. And when especially like during TwitchCon, when I'm just like laying in the hotel room because I'm really tired, and I just be like, nothing's happening. There's banana. I heard that as well. A lot of the time they're waiting on breaks for the TV commercials to stop, which I was like, that's crazy to me. They actually sit and wait. I didn't know that. That was wild. It's like it is like turn-based sports, yeah. Oh yeah, so actually that makes a lot of sense why I was like, no. Yeah, and there's so many. Right, so yeah, that's why I was like, oh, it's too boring for me. That's right, yeah, PJ, I was watching it on TV, it came across so slow, I was so bored. Oh yeah, okay, got you. Yeah. I was really bored watching it. I was like, literally nothing's happening. Because I think what we were watching, there was a baseball game as well, I think. Forgive me, because I really don't pay attention to a lot of sports. And it was in the stadium that was behind us, and we were in this like restaurant eating burritos. It was a burrito place. So I think there wasn't any adverts. I don't know if this is a thing. I remember just being really tired and finding it. But Ghost was like, I want to finish watching this game before we go back. And I was so tired. So I remember just being like, but nothing's really happening though. But I don't remember seeing adverts. I was just as sleepy on TV, but the bill was $45. That's cheap. Yeah, Nibius. I think if I was gonna watch one, I'd watch something like basketball or something where more things are happening because it's more entertaining. I was just pretty bored. Okay. It's sponsored in sports. Like all of the drinks and all the beers and everything. Probably at Petco Stadium. Probably, yeah. If it was opposite, yeah. Is that the one in San Diego? Because they do baseball games in there, don't they? And commit fouls. That's just the same as football though. They're all being dramatic to try and get free kicks. Yeah, that's what we were watching. I don't know if that means it was a domestic game or something, though. got you, Michael. Yeah, so it's kind of like you could go all that way and nothing would happen. That's what Ghost used to do. Ball hockey. Michael, that's so sad. Was that like something that you just accepted, or it would really annoy you? Ice hockey's cold. I bet, Peter. But fair. I would play other positions, but usually wouldn't to save my arm. Have you had an arm injury? Would you like to try again and finish it though, Hulk? Or you're not too interested anymore? Peter, that's so random, isn't it? Oh, Hulk, sorry. I wanted to ask, how's the move and everything? Are you all settled in now? And striking, I don't know if you're still here. I was gonna ask how you're getting on with your vape. Understandable, Hulk, yeah. That's awesome, striking. How are you feeling now? Is it tough, like where you want to go outside, or? I did, thank you, Jeff. Grace is gonna use it to make a bench in the garden, in the like, well, yeah, like in the garden, like garage area. At this point, striking, would you consider throwing it away to completely get rid of it, or do you think you're not ready for that yet? But then I remember I don't vape anymore. Yeah, like a habit, like a really habitual thing. Well, nice work on 3 weeks. That's great work, striking. Yum. Really, Jeff, I was considering getting Invisalign. How are you finding them? You don't have water with them in. I realised how often I would try and eat when I had the retainer in. See, this was my problem. I had braces and I wanted the metal bar because I know what I'm like, and if something hurts, I won't do it. So I didn't wear the retainer. I know what everyone's thinking. I think the same thing. So some of my teeth have shifted back, and it's enough that it drives me insane. And the thing is, what I was thinking, I was like, because I was told that you pay by how many molds they give you, which makes sense. Like if it's less, yeah. Oh, if only something, I know, I know. And do you know what's so bad as well, Les Banana? Braces in the UK are free if you're under the age of 18. So I got them for free, and now here I am looking to pay to have them done again because I didn't wear my retainer. Yeah, I know, I know. I know. Yeah, I got them for free. I didn't pay anything. Got my teeth straightened for free and I didn't wear the retainer. My daughter didn't take a retainer with her to her dad's over Christmas. She was gone for 2 weeks and she got hurt to wear them. Yeah, my retainer used to hurt to wear all the time. Which is why I hated wearing it. I hated it. So I think I wore it for like 2 or 3 months and then I like stopped wearing it. I have 28 trays. Yeah, so what I'm thinking, so the dentist told me that I need to go go get a consultation. But it seems like there's like 2 things. So, and I know it's not noticeable, but it's really noticeable to me because I take that many photos of myself, which sounds ridiculous, but my job is to take photos of myself with makeup on, and it really annoys me. So what annoys me is, you see how this tooth here, it causes a slight shadow there. And it's not really that noticeable. There's that, right? So this one has started overlapping that one. This one here has pushed itself out this way as well. Because these two are, like, I can feel it when I do that. That one is pushed out. And it annoys me. I had that on the bottom, but the overlap got kind of bad. I think my overlap here used to be a lot worse when I was younger, and now it's... the thing is, another thing actually, now that you point it out though, Yanks, is I don't know if it's slowly getting worse and slowly moving back, or if that's like the final position that it will stay in. I don't know. The inside of my upper teeth when eating, which would lead to upper teeth issues. Oh, okay, so like, it would like essentially hit that bit there. But then the dentist took, so I've also had this issue, which is not really noticeable, but kind of, but a little bit if you're aware of it, is my top set of teeth don't align with the bottom set and they don't align with the center of my face. Again, it's not a big deal. You see here, and they all kind of sit this way. Look, if I do that, the needle here is there. You see what I mean? And that's it. Well, they measured it, and it's 3 millimeter out. So he said to me what they might do is take the slightest amount off other teeth, which I don't know if I really want them to do that. But I need to have a consultation. And then they'll all get dragged and shifted that way a bit more. So then it would align. But I don't know because I haven't had the consultation, but I just want to know how much it's going to be. I think my teeth are fine. They're fine. The feeling of it is what bothers me, and the shadow bothers me a lot. The shadow that it casts here really, really annoys me. So, I don't know, I was thinking about it, but they told me it could be anywhere between 2 and 4 grand. But it does bother me. It bothers me enough that I notice it every single day. And you'll be less self-conscious. No, I won't, Silent Butter, because do you know how many people have commented on my videos and said you've got Tom Cruise teeth? They are, but yeah. It's funny how we notice things like tooth shadows with ourselves. I'm here like, what shadow? Yeah. Like, I see this and to me, that's so bright. It shines it's so bright. And that, to me, that is, oh my God, it really annoys me. But I can also feel it. Like, it feels like it feels like stuff would get stuck. It feels like it drives me insane. Like, it just, every day it annoys me. So that's why I was considering, I mean, the worst thing is I just get a consultation and find out how much it is. It was free, including the teeth scan. Ended up costing $3,500 after insurance. Okay, so we don't have the insurance thing here, so I don't know how much mine would be. If it makes you happy, it's worth it. No, it's like 4 grand though. I don't know if I don't know about that. There's like many Tomb Raider statues, isn't it? I think mine were like 1,100, but it was right before the pandemic. But Peachy, did you have to move? Did your teeth have to move a lot, or was it just like a slight alteration? Yes, Les Banana. Oh my God. I have some right horror stories of braces for kids I knew at school. We always say our imperfections glaring issue. That's the thing. I know it's such a tiny thing, but it's enough that it drives me insane. And I do that a lot, like, because I can feel it. It's awful. It annoys me so much. This bit here. Mine moved a bit. I had about 18 months of the plastic bolts. Okay. Well, I think I'll get a consultation when I come back from holiday. And just ask, because it's free anyway, and that's all I need to do really, isn't it? Just ask how much it's going to cost. Oh yeah, because there was so much. I've learned so many things. I wish my daughter let me take pictures of her teeth before, during, and after. She had a tooth growing completely in front and separate to the rest of her teeth, and they managed to pull it back while moving her teeth to make the room for it, and now she's perfectly straight teeth. Yeah, so striking. That's kind of what my friend had at school. She had a tooth, well, the opposite. It grew in the middle of the roof of her mouth, and they had to like, oh my God, it was so bad. They had to remove a layer of like tissue from the roof of her mouth to like, what word am I looking for? To show it, to uncover. Anyway, to reveal the tooth, because it was buried in there from the X-ray. Expose! Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, to expose the tooth. Then they put a hook on it. I think it was this one here. And then they put a hook on that tooth. And as they moved the other teeth this way, it took them 2 years, but they managed to drag the tooth from the middle of the mouth all the way to the side. And then, yeah, that was it. It was done. I can't believe it. Like, when she showed me, she tilted her head back and there was a tooth in the middle. Like, the inside of the roof of her mouth was, like, yellow because they had, like, essentially, like, scraped a whole layer. It was awful. She must have been in so much pain. But, yeah, they fully managed to, like, drag it out. And I think because the roof of your mouth, it's like that, isn't it? So, it was here, but when they dragged, it would have lowered and lowered and lowered and lowered. Yeah, it was crazy. I remember seeing it and being like, no way. Because my teeth were, I think this one was pretty pushed out, but I had, most of my bad stuff was like at the back. Like my molars, they all grew on the sides and all sorts. So then mine got repaired really, really bad. Yeah, I just didn't remember. I'm annoyed at myself. I'm so annoyed at myself I didn't wear that retainer, but alas. This is what I get. It's so crazy how the tooth just slots in at the end. Yeah, it's so impressive. She went hockey and got it knocked out. That'd be so sad. Oh, sugar, I haven't finished the sketch on the video. Let me quickly pretend. Do streamers get any money if we buy Turbo? No. Got unsubscribed everywhere. Yeah, well, I mean, streamers still get money with ad revenue anyway, so that's still helpful though. Ouch. Good night, Striking! Is everyone still here? No one's been banned today. Seems like it. So, yeah, I don't really know anything about Asuka. Chat's been helping me understand about wrestling. But I know a lot of chat has mentioned that they'd be interested in me doing it, so I had a hectic day and I wanted to do something that was a bit easier. So I thought I'd do this today. I could post more art for Toasty. I'm so obsessed with how everyone's spelling Toasty. I need you all to know that's how we're spelling it in the mod chat too. It's never gonna be the same again. She's also a very safe wrestler to work with. Yeah, that chat just kind of told me about that. August 14. That's so funny. I laughed so hard for so long. Like the day after, I was still laughing. Then the night after, I was still laughing. The day after that, I was still laughing. And I felt sad for you in a way, partly, Star Wars lady. And the reason why was because even if you had gotten those 100 numbers correct, no one cared anymore. It's so funny. Did I watch your edit? I don't think I did. I'm so sorry. Let me watch it now. That Star Wars lady's wrestling entrance. It was an edit. There's Banana. Did you put it in general chat or did you put it in mail edits or did you put it in clips? It's in the edits. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I only remember it was 3.14159. Wow, so quick. This part's my favorite. So quick. I'm sending it to Elise. Star Wars Lady, genuinely, I think that's my favourite thing you ever said. You know what, Star Wars Lady, as well though, like, I felt it's quite nice in a way because now you've got really hardcore lore. all of my mods end up with like some really strange lore and it's just... I don't want lore. Star Wars Lady was happy being Dune Wars Lady. One typo changed it all. I liked it because it felt like smart people jokes. No problem, Kyle. Thanks so much. Star Wars Lady, how's work coming along today? Boring again. Damn. I wonder if it's gonna be chill or if like it will start getting stressful. Ooh! Are they 2 meetings with your boss or like new people that you haven't spoken to yet? Each individual answer worth a drink, but it just sucks to read stuff. Okay, but also you've got quite a lot to read though, haven't you? So scary. God, I still have my hammer out. Hey, Star Wars lady, do you have a Kindle that you can read on? Or would that make it easier? Or do you have one? Oh no, hang a minute. I need to change the water out. People! I don't know how to download the articles off this server too Mac illiterate. What kind of files are they? PDFs. I think you can still. Is it a server that's within the documents, or is it a server that's via a browser? Should be able to just copy and paste those, I'm pretty sure. Onto like your own document on a computer, on the computer. Like if you made a folder on the desktop. Or does it stop you from doing that? Again, yeah, because all like even the buttons seem different, don't they? I remember when I first got my Mac before uni, I didn't understand how to turn it off. I had to Google it, but it was because I didn't realise you had to press the Apple button. Because at that point on Windows it still said star, and I thought that was just logo, so I couldn't turn it off. I was like, oh my god, what do I do? Yeah, like wait, what? So many whale fat. Oh my god, they're so lovely, aren't they? Gabby really likes. I'm just printing out icicles. I would like to glue icicles to myself for a makeup look. Gabby is really nice, and Gabby really, really, really likes Mass Effect. Swardy is Sally. Sally really, really likes The Last of Us. And Rich is new, and he really likes Dead by Daylight. Specifically likes playing with friends. I ever used to do body paint, yeah. That was how she introduced herself, sorry. I'm a really big fan, but also, don't tell him you played. So I was saying that was mostly my call this morning. Me telling him how bad I was. I was like, yeah, and then Michael Myers tried to help me out with the generator, and then after that, because he could see, and I didn't understand why it was so obvious, but like he could tell, and then he let me out the gate. He opened the gate for me, and then he let me out. And I still don't get how everyone could tell. Will you show it when it's finished? The makeup look? I'll do it live on screen. The print? What, of that print? Yeah, the print. Yeah, no, I made one earlier. I'm making a bunch of those, that's all. No problem, original. Have a good one. Why are you not doing it? Why are you being that? I'm like understanding it more, but I'm definitely pretty impatient overall. However, I think I might get a new one. But now I want a glass one. Yeah, like now I'm like, oh, actually, no. You can't see the inside. Fine. Oh, really, Star Wars lady? Yeah, sure thing. Sorry, I appear to have kicked the cable again. No, from wrestling. I don't think I have anything that's too fun. But this year, I need to take some more breaks. So my plan is every 3 months, I take a break. Like a week or a weekend or something. Like a long weekend, sorry, is what I meant to say. So, what I'm thinking is because I'm going away for a really long time, this week, I think the next time I have a break will be kind of a bit more like a long weekend, I think. Instead of having the whole time off, like a whole holiday. And then I've got another holiday in July, which might end up being a while. So to try and take more breaks. So I think that will overall be only a good thing. If it's good or not, well, if it's for your own enjoyment, then it's good, isn't it? I think. I've been thinking about it, Zero, and I don't really know what to do. If I'm honest with you, I kind of enjoyed not going at the end of last year. And I didn't really miss it. At the moment, my month of May is looking to be really hectic. And that would land at the end of May. But then part of me is like, okay, so we've only got one more this year in Rotterdam, and then that's it. The contract's over, isn't it? I agree, Shindig. So here's my thing, and I don't know the answer, so please don't think I'm subtly hinting at you. What I don't know is, like, from the way that it is, like, I don't know, like, could this be the last year of TwitchCon? I don't know, because I know a lot of people mention that. I don't think so. But I think to myself, but what if it is? And you didn't go? Would you be sad? And I don't know. The after party was also really fun. Yeah, see as well, like, based, like, I think as well because I go to do a lot of work. I don't think I know full well, I don't really like doing TwitchCon unless I'm working. Oh, did they? Oh, I didn't know about that. So I guess that means there'll be more then. So I don't know. But then I don't think I'd really get much work, to be honest with you. The people who used to hire me have all left now. They got new jobs and they don't work there anymore, right? So I probably wouldn't be, I don't know, I feel like maybe they'd want to work with other people. Got you, okay. This year than they did last year. But then I also wonder, like, but is it a possibility that it's only the American one that people are, like, less behaved with? I don't know, it's hard to say, isn't it? Oh, really? Okay. Because I mean, look, TwitchCon EU is always the smaller event in comparison to America. Fine, no problem. But I imagine if things were going to be like, if costs were going to be cut, they would just cut the EU event and only do the American one. Which I think is a fair thing to assume. Might just, yeah, right? I'm trying to copy what Asuka does. There isn't a lot to do except for meeting streamers. See, Base, even as a streamer, I think there isn't really a lot to do. I mean, panels and stuff are interesting. In my opinion, the panels are interesting for people who are starting streaming. I think they're interesting. Or, and I will toot my own horn, panels which make you do an activity, like try makeup for the first time. I think that's pretty cool. You don't have to be a streamer for that. As a streamer, I feel like most of the stuff on the bottom floor is just a rip-off. It's people trying to sell you stuff. I don't want to go somewhere. I don't want to go somewhere and it feel like a job market at me for me to spend my money. I like doing the interactive stuff. I like something fun. Things like the drag show and stuff. I want to watch those, to be honest. I think they look cool. How long Ginny stays? But yeah, at the moment, I'm just kind of, that's one of the reasons why I like working there, because otherwise I kind of get a little bit bored. I don't know, to be completely truthful with you all, and I think this will be pretty fair. At the beginning of May, there's potential that my friend is coming to visit from abroad. So, okay, so then that's quite a lot already. Should we here for like, I'll be with her for like a week. 2 weeks later, Toasty's coming to see me. The week after, I'd be going to TwitchCon. Then I'd have June, where it would be normal, and then in July, I'm going to Canada. I've got a wedding to attend. Yeah, so it's already... God, this looks a little bit like it's part of it. So it's already getting busy. So I'm a bit worried that if I do it, I'd be so exhausted to the point of like, what if I just get frustrated? At the end of the day, it's only one weekend, isn't it? But then I think, yeah, but it's only a weekend, like, then you could go. Are you going to see Star Wars, Eddie? I hope so, but I have to see more people that's not just Star Wars, Eddie. Put it this way, Star Wars Lady isn't the one getting married. So I'm hoping I get to actually meet Star Wars Lady for the first time. So that's why I'm a little bit, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm trying to like be disappointing and just be like, oh, I'm not going. It's also so expensive to go. So that's why I like working it as well. So I just don't know. I really haven't made my mind up yet. I think it would be really disappointing for a lot of people if I didn't go though, and that's the thing that, I think that's the thing that makes me want to go. This is not the mod that you're looking for. So, I don't know. But yeah, so I don't know, chat. I don't know what I want to do. And then I was thinking about like putting forward some panels and doing all that fun stuff, but I don't know. Yeah, but then I'm like, oh my god, like it's so good that, you know, that they hire me to work on panels and then I get to practice being a host. That's good. Like, you know, like what if this career fails with me being here and then like I need to do more hosting and maybe that would be really beneficial. Gosh, I just don't know, you know. Well, I'm not too considered you there anyway. Well, that's good to know. I mean, at the end of the day, I managed to get... I got my paper. So that's fine. That skill will always be there. Thank you. But then, like, what if I don't get to put practice in and then, like, make connections of being a decent host and then I lose that? I guess I could always make my own events and host those. Do some hell fights, yeah. Cassie does more like intimate events at the moment. I think she does more like co-working, hosting sessions and stuff like that in London, where like, which is nice, but it's not something that I would personally be interested in or do. Not like calling her out on it, just it's not really a thing for me. I find things like, oh God, I feel really bad when I say it because I'm always, I mean, you guys know, I always worry that someone's going to have a go at it. Things like vision boards to me are kind of a complete waste of time. They don't work. I realise I spend so much time making a vision board and then I don't really pay any attention to it. So I might as well have not made the vision board and just gotten on with doing what I was going to do anyway. However, I also think I'm pretty good at just getting on with it and just doing something. So I think that's a big difference though. Is I think vision boards for some people are motivating and they don't work like that for me. I just feel like it's a waste of time. But they work for other people, they just don't work for me. I feel like you already know what I want. Yeah. Also, when I want to do something, I do think that I kind of just start making it happen then and there. Like, well, okay, well, I need to do that makeup look, then I want to do more makeup looks like this, and I'll just start printing something out and I'll just start working on that. So I just don't think they work well for me. And I think vision boards help with other things like, I want to redecorate part of my house and I want it to look like this. I can fully tell you now, if I said to Ghost we need to repaint the skirting boards, he'd start doing it tomorrow. There's just no delay. It's just, okay, sure. Let's do that then. I'll make sure it's done. I said to Ghost, I was like, I'm thinking like the back room that we've got is like a small room where I've put like a bookshelf. But at the moment it's filled with all the stuff in the garage. And I told Ghost that I was not happy when we had the stuff outside, when the garage stuff wasn't in there. I was said to Ghost that I wasn't happy because the room looks so incomplete without a rug. There's no way we're going to get that room finished in the next month or so, and he's already finding rugs. Like, as soon as I said that, like, he had narrowed it down to like 4 rugs. He'd already done all the research like by the end of the day after. So everything I think for us is just quite quick. I'm like, fine then, yeah, sure, let's get on with it and let's just do it then. So I think we just do things a little bit differently, but I know that they work for the people. The amount of time I've spent making a vision board and making like a book or something like that, it's always been a waste. I've never looked at it ever again. I'll just look at it and feel guilty that I wasn't doing anything. Maybe that too. Not everything will be for you. I don't think I have a vision board. I don't think I have anything that a vision board would help me with. Yeah. They just don't work for me. Yeah, and sorry, I know, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm trying to be disrespectful, but like I think what Cassie does now is hosts like events which, you know, they all work together to make their own vision boards and stuff, and it's very cute. And I think it's nice, but that's not, that's nothing to me, right? I don't like it. So it just doesn't. So annoying because I could already see. That's how I feel with a lot of it. But like I already know, like I already kind of know what I want it to look like. Maybe that's similar to me doing my makeup looks too, though, Zero. So maybe we kind of align on that, like, because I know people who like sketch out their makeup look within like what products they're going to use, like everything. And I'm just like, just start doing it. And when they're unsure about what colour to use, they draw a face chart and then they start playing with the colours on the face chart until they find one that they're happy with. And I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. Like, why don't you just, like, I can see it in my head. I know what it would look like. And if I make a mistake, then like, just paint over it. Just depends on how your brain works. Exactly. They just really don't work for me, which is why like I'm not really that interested in them. But then I often wonder, like, for people who spend so much time making vision boards, and again, I'm not trying to call people out, and then never look at them again, but really like making vision boards. Do they notice it's a waste of time? Maybe, I don't know. But then is it a waste of time if you just enjoy making it? Not really, is it? But then I wonder if that would motivate you enough, Jeffrey, to do something small. Right, there's banana. Yeah, I don't know. They don't work for me, and I know that for a fact. No distractions. That's an interesting way to do it. Mine's always started with like, as if it was like a blank piece of paper. But didn't use one. Does that not come down to how we define success? That's the thing, yeah. Because I think some of you guys would classify me as successful. Steve Harvey would probably not classify me as successful. So then I would confirm his idea then, wouldn't I? He just hasn't met you. Yeah, so I don't know. Like, I get what he's probably saying, but I don't. I just kind of feel like, yeah, it's a bit, I think that's a bit of confirmation bias, though. Yeah, like, I'm not really, but I kind of think, like, interesting, like, that's. He said, I don't get what he's saying. Like, it doesn't really make sense to me. I can only assume that, like, because people use vision boards to keep their goal in mind. Like, my goal is, like, just keep getting better at painting and be able to do this for my job. I was so really. I don't know. Use vision board, instant success, profit. I'm not sure there's very many celebrities I'd really take advice. I'd really take advice from, you know what I mean? To write it down and then to look at it. I see what you're saying. Okay, so like kind of like have the goal in mind and work towards it, and maybe that just helps you like remember and visualize it. I was thinking about wrestlers' names, and I need you to know I got really confused because I was like, in my head I was thinking the other guy, Stone Cold Steve Harvey. And then I thought, good job I didn't say that out loud. Close though, I remember that from Domo's streams. Are they better? Okay. I like rather giving up, like you think, oh, I'm gonna fail this because when I take second order, I'm gonna do this. I think sometimes for me it's kind of like you end up being more targeted with your goals because you think like, oh yeah, like that would help me achieve that, so I should do this. I wonder as well though if that comes down to like sometimes, if that is like some people are a bit more floundery than others. Steve Austin who told me about the vision boards. Good night, Kings. Asuka looks like she does her makeup with free will. Yeah, Enigma, that's the whole playlist. I don't know which song it is in particular though, so it's on there somewhere though, you can trust me on that. I just press play and hope for the best. I'm just gonna do one of the matches here. Oh, did I take them off in the bathroom? Actually, I think I took them off in my toilet. One sec. I'll quickly go get them. Freezing. Can you see I've got goosebumps on my arm? Oh, you probably can't really see. Yeah, can you see my arm? It's like covered in goosebumps. Winter's really tough. It's so pathetic. It's so bad. Goodness. I'm the person in those fantasy stories that doesn't survive the winter in medieval. So I can't. No, it's cold. Chat, Elise has dissected Dispatch genuinely to a point where I didn't think it was possible. A snippet from today. To heat the room, I do. How far is she now? She's finished chapter 2. So she's finished the part where it's been revealed that Phenomenal Man is in a relationship. I keep reminding myself that all the choices I'm given are in character for Robert. Like, they wouldn't give you a choice that is out of character. So all of the choices are technically things that he thinks and feels. So I know that Robert likes her and is attracted to her. I've just not made him act on it yet. But that doesn't mean that me making that choice makes him not like her that way. Do you know what I mean? She's so tormented by this. She's been fully taken out. No, yes. And I just replied, I think you've thought about this more than I have. It's so funny. The only time we genuinely see him laugh is when he's with Chase. So we know that he's happy and he's safe around him. He feels comfortable. It's so funny. I'm like, it's supposed to be fun. She's gone down the deepest rabbit hole I've ever. She really no, she doesn't think. I'm like, I don't think about this at all. Imagine if they made a top. I don't know if they would, you know. Maybe they should. I mean, I already love him as a character. He's already very layered, but I think seeing him be actually happy around someone was nice. Like seeing a side of him that he probably doesn't get to show as much. Most of his actions, let's be honest, are 99% sarcastic, awkward, violent, or just slightly uncomfortable. I think I like Phenomenal Man, but I also think I pity him in kind of a way. And today she wasn't even playing. This is thoughts after yesterday. And she gave me a 5-second play-by-play yesterday in text message as well. So today this is just her having further thoughts about the game. She's it's so funny. He clearly has no idea how to interact with the world, and for some reason, no one has bothered to teach him. Apart from maybe Blazer, who corrects him at one point. Gosh, and Waterboy at the end of episode 2 just melted my heart, and I really want to protect him. That's the part where he was sick on the keyboard. So like, she fascinates me. Except that bit. Except that bit about Waterboy. We like Waterboy. Yeah, so I'm really, I think Alana Pierce. Was that the one that you guys told me and she didn't romance anyone either? So I'm really enjoying Elise's playthrough. I do kind of wish she'd streamed it out because it would have been funny. But the thing is, here's the thing, is that she hasn't stopped thinking about this for what feels like 4 days. So it's all well and good if she streams it, but like, that's in the moment. She's having further thoughts days and days afterwards. Oh yeah, Michael, I remember you mentioning that you ordered off that. You ordered that off the website. Yeah, so I'm glad she's enjoying it. It's kind of funny because Dispatch is live. She said to me as well that she reread out my entire conversation with her entire conversation with me rather, and she said that she found it really funny. And the reason why was she never told me or gave me any context as to where she was in the game, but I knew. But I always think of the wrestler. I think of the wrestler mostly because of you lot telling me that there's a wrestler. I don't know anything about wrestling apart from what Chap told me today. Nobody is ready. They taught me about poison mist. She always does face paints for Ringgit. Yeah, that's what chat mentioned before. They said, look, like, a lot of chat have suggested Asuka's paint makeup looks. And to be honest, I kind of always wanted to save them for when I had a day where I needed to do something small. Maybe I'm tired, or maybe I haven't got a lot of time. Oh, Niveus. My mum used to have these like really expensive crystal glasses, like wine glasses that, I don't know, someone bought for her. I smashed, I think out of a set of 6, I think I smashed 2. Ouch. Yeah, she was not happy with me. It's difficult to hold my paintbrush today because I've slightly cut the edge of my finger there. I don't know if you can slightly see it there. There's like a really tiny cut, but every time something presses on it, it's sore. So I'm having to hold my paintbrush and like straight. It's just inconvenient. I've had a day of inconvenience today, chat. Oh yeah, Christmas train died. But like actually, the circuit board on the train's gone, chat. My dad checked. Oh no, V6. Yeah, completely fried it. New goal, learn to solder. I gave it to my dad, but he had a look at it and he tried to solder it back together. My dad's an engineer. And has an electrical certification. I don't know. And he said like there's nothing. It's gone. He was like, it's done. Time for a new train. Maybe, yeah, we'll see. He was like, no, it's done. It's done. You can't save it. So I was like, okay. Modify it to too fast to train. The amount of times I'd have to refill the wall though, no, it's not worth it. Thank you though. So I had a silly day today, chat. I woke up early because I had a call, and that's fine. I didn't have a problem with that part. And then I started trying to like do stuff, and I was like, okay, I need to finish scheduling all my posts for when I go away. So but to finish scheduling my posts, I had to finish editing some videos. So I was like, right, okay, so I need to edit the videos. So then my Dropbox ran out of space. So then I had to clear out some space in my Dropbox and rearrange my folders to put more in my archive so that I could edit the videos, to schedule the videos, to get them online, to get that part ready. Oh boy! Yeah! And then it got to like 3 o'clock, and then I was like, oh, do you know what? I really haven't done any packing. I'm getting distressed. I'm getting distressed because I haven't done any packing. I should go do some packing. So I went off to go do some packing, and then I got an email saying that I needed to do another report for one of my sponsor posts. So I came back. I was like, okay, but then because I hadn't cleared enough stuff off my Dropbox, I couldn't upload the report to my Dropbox to send them the file. So I had to clear some stuff off the Dropbox again. Because I basically just cleared enough to get by doing the videos, but then I didn't really do enough because I felt like I was rushing. So I shouldn't have just rushed. But anyway, I also needed to pack. Then then I got that sorted and it was okay. And then I was like, okay, I need to send something to the printer. Completely forgot about that. Just completely forgot. And then I was like, okay, packing. Packing was really hard because we're packing for like 3 different climates. So when packing, I realized most of the stuff that I feel like I'm packing is for Hong Kong, which is no problem, but Hong Kong gets cold at nighttime, but is kind of humid and warm during the day. So I was like, okay, so I need to kind of pack for that. But when I get to Malaysia, it's going to be 30 degrees. Okay, but when I'm going to be traveling, I'm going to be cold on the plane, but also I'm going to be spending some time in London, which is currently -5. So I was like, okay. So I was like, okay, without packing my entire wardrobe, I need to try and figure out this quite tactically. I do have multiple hard drives for that. But then we realized that the clothes that we are bringing, we have to pack a spare bag, and we have to pack a separate bag, and that separate bag has to be left at Ghost's mum's house while we're away, because when we come back, Ghost is planning to see some of his friends, and so he'll have to get clean clothes for that, because it's not going to be right to like re-wear the clothes, but also we need to leave those clothes there because we don't know if we're doing dinner with family when we come back and it's going to be cold. So then we have to pack a spare bag, and again, that's in London. But then we also realised that we can't really bring a coat, because if we wear a coat, it's really just for us to get from the bus to the airport. Which is fine, but it's currently -5. So then we're trying to figure out the thermals, because we're like, okay, so these are going to be like the airport clothes. So we're going to have specific airport clothes. Then we're also trying to make sure that we've got room to bring the stuff that we want to bring, that we have to bring to Hong Kong. That's like the gifts for the family. And I was like, okay. And then we were like, okay, so then I packed enough clothes, but then Ghost was like, I don't think I'm gonna bring as many clothes. I'm gonna do laundry when I'm there. And then we decided that it doesn't make any sense to do laundry there only for one person. So I should bring less so that there's laundry enough, so we do a load together. So then otherwise I'm just carrying clothes for no reason. Because also when we go to Malaysia, we're doing 2 different places in Malaysia. We're doing a beach part of Malaysia, and then we're doing KL as well. So we're gonna be doing a city part. So I can't just have like beach clothes. And then also we're doing hiking. So I also need to make sure that we're bringing sportswear. On the spot jogging, we'll just run there. So then I was like, okay, so we've got to make sure we've also got the sportswear, but sportswear get quite sweaty at the same time, so we should put that in a separate bag. This was why I was late to stream. And then, oh my God. And then I was like, this is stressing me out. I'm gonna take a break. You finish packing what you want to pack. I'm going to go stream, and then I'll have a look at it after stream and tomorrow morning, no problem. And then I came back here, and then I just wanted to check that all my posts went live. Oh yeah, then I finished scheduling all my stuff as well. Very happy, but I didn't finish recording all the stuff that I needed to do, which is really annoying because I needed to record some extra stuff. So then I was like, no, I didn't record the things. Annoying. So then I was like, okay, well, I'll just quickly, I'll just check that the stuff went up on my, no, that's not true. I went to go put my playlist on YouTube for the stream, and then because I did that, I noticed that the videos that I had scheduled to go up live today, one of them hadn't gone live. So I was like, no! So I had to figure out what was wrong with that. And then I tried to, and I found out on my phone what was wrong with it, and it was set to private, but every time on my phone, it glitched out and it broke. So then I was like, okay, no problem, fine, whatever. So then I changed it on the computer, and while I changed it on the computer, I realized that the video that I had uploaded to YouTube as a long form video, long form, 3.5 minutes, didn't have a thumbnail. So I was like, no, I need to do a thumbnail, and I need to do it now, because I'm not gonna get time tomorrow. So then yeah, okay, and anyway, so that now, and then I came live, and then I went live. How many bags are you guys gonna end up taking? 2? Yeah, so that was like, it wasn't even it was just like, it was confusing. I think I had like a day where like I couldn't do one thing without another, but I had to do that bit there to make sure I could do this bit here, but then also like loads of things are happening over here. So you know when you're just like, oh yeah, and then I couldn't get hold of my accountant, I was getting really annoyed. I was trying to he wouldn't reply to me, and I was like, you need to reply to me because I'm going on holiday, you need to reply. And then, so I was trying to get hold of him as well. And this morning, my neighbor, 1 minute before I had a call, started like knocking on the door and was like, is your outside tap frozen? Mine's frozen and I need it. I need help. I need to get some water for some plaster work to be done. And I was like, you can try, knowing full well Ghost had turned the outside tap off, so there was no water going to it. I was like screaming at Ghost to like go sort the situation out while I had to go to this call. And then was like, can you just handle this, please? And I don't know what I did, but yesterday when I shaved my legs with this razor, I've now got a razor rash on my leg. I put cream on it, but it's so itchy. Don't know what happened. I'm exhausted just hearing all the stuff you went through today. That was my day. Yeah, and I've got razor rash on my legs, so itchy. No, it just doesn't end. And, oh my God, and we sorted out all the shop orders. Oh, I did put a new blade on V6. That's why I was really frustrated with it. I don't know what happened. I don't know. And then we finished all the shop orders and all the giveaways and we're really happy, but then we ran out of stamps. Stamps are arriving hopefully tomorrow. If they don't arrive tomorrow, I'm so sorry. Half of you aren't getting your giveaway until I come back. This is what happens when you buy a Jet2 holiday. Ah! So itchy. Anyway, yeah, that was my day. I hope you guys had a... But like, I know it wasn't, the thing is, I know it wasn't a bad day. It was just messy. You know what I mean? It was like a messy day. actually makes it even more itchy, but it's itchy! I had an uncrustable. What the hell is an uncrustable? Is that a type of scab? It's a pre-made sandwich. Oh, sorry. Just touch it with my nails. I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there, Mark. It's meant for quick kids with a great quick snack and uncrustable. Is it like a Lunchable? Oh no, I've never. No. Peanut butter frozen. Okay, that's interesting. Recharge and deal with the crazy people. I think, but the thing is, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I think in this scenario, the crazy person is me. I think so. That Ghost didn't like me anymore, and when I woke up I was convinced it was real. I know! Did you wake up angry? No, I woke up sad. You have to make it Ghost's problem. My ex had a dream that I cheated on her and she punched me while I was asleep. I think one of Toasty's ex-girlfriends, they had an argument before they went to sleep because Toasty, I think the duvet sheet was like really old. I don't remember. It was something silly. It was really old, and then she wanted to change it, and then Toasty was like, no. And then anyway, so I think she slept on I think she slept on the sofa and then he slept on the bed, but with the duvet. I'm not sure. And in the middle of the night, she managed to take the duvet but leave just the sheet. He just woke up with just the sheet. I just imagine us slowly sliding out. That's so funny. They need to teach kids in schools how to handle when your significant goes well and you did something in a dream and say that you asked for, you still take them if they were a worm. Hi, Maud! The head is here. But, oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, there. But like maybe they go, I don't know, I think it's kind of gross. Like I was looking at it earlier and I thought about it a bit too hard and I was like... I was in the club with my ex once and I'm short-sighted, so can't see too far without glasses. I'm the same. Just me. Do you see the girl over there? And I said, where? And she points and said, I can see like a white dress, I think, but not much else white. And she said, good. How interesting. I feel like I'm always the opposite. I'm like, oh my god, look how pretty she is. Oh my god, oh my god. You see, she's great. Could you paint the rest of it on my tongue? Not without it like bleeding. Not for me. Maybe for other people, but not for me. Not even crickets. No, I don't think. No, I basically I really don't like insects. Like, I wouldn't say it's like a phobia. I think it's more like an aversion, I guess people have said. It does to something. I think I made the colours pretty bright. Like, I really don't like them. A lot of the time I can't even look at them. Like, they do. Like, I get an extreme sense of disgust. GPTV, yeah. They make me just feel ill to look at them. Like alive or dead. They just freak me out. I don't like the way they look. I just don't like them. It doesn't really matter what it is, I've noticed. But most, yeah, like, I don't even like butterflies very much. Like, they just kind of, because when I think, what I always think of is the legs, and like the legs make me feel ill. Just really don't like them. I found it hard finding reference photos, and I'm using my reference photo that I'm using is not like a picture. It's a Shutterstock vector image of like an illustration of a sketch of a millipede. I'm not even looking at one. Because I can't. I think they're just. Yeah, I just don't really like them, so I personally wouldn't eat any of them, but mine's not. I really don't like insects. But yeah, more of like an aversion, I think, to be honest. Because I don't feel scared, I just feel disgusted. I'm scared and disgusted. Oh, they're so nasty, aren't they? But you don't want to be too close. Like, you find them fascinating to look at, or you find them interesting, but you don't want to look at them. Bugs per person. In this In this situation, I've got an extra one too, though. Only if they're venomous or if they bite. Yeah, I just... Nothing. I'm not too bad if they're not near me. I don't mind if they are outside. Because I'm like, that's where you belong. I'm in your territory. If they're inside, it feels so much worse. Legs on me here playing hands on you, yeah, fair enough. Quite a few, Biscuit, quite a few. They're in here like they pay rent. Yeah, they're freaking out. When Ghost and I were nearly ready to move in. Nearly. I was here really late one day, I can't remember why. And we didn't have any skirting boards on yet. Because we'd ripped them all off, or whatever. And I was walking around and I just kept finding loads and loads of wood lice. And I was getting really, really, really upset. I couldn't figure out where they were coming from. Like, I was so busy. I was just so upset. I was freaking out, and I think, and like, just, I mean, realistically, like, that's all. I think that the kind of reaction I kind of have from it is enough to be like, yeah, okay, there's an actual problem with me and bugs. And so, we couldn't figure out where they were coming from. So, Ghost took a expanding foam, and so now I know underneath behind every skirting board is a layer of foam it's been filled with expanding foam to try and make sure that they won't come in. And to be fair, like, we haven't had any more. So I think there must have just been a slight gap somewhere, and he sealed everything. Because I mean, like, I think he could see I was about to do this. No. I'm quite cool looking, but they're also at least twice the size of the UK ones. When I was in Japan, we had the stink bugs. I didn't see too many other bugs when I was living there, though, because I was there I've always been there in the winter. So I've never had, like, the bug problem. However, in the Philippines is a different story. No, Yanks. No. Like, do you know, Yanks, I think maybe you're similar to me. If one touched me, I would never forget the feeling of what it felt like on my skin. And every time I would remember it, I'd feel physically sick. That's how I feel sick when I think about touching it. There's no way, like, it makes me feel sick. Like, I don't like it at all. Oh my god, Siri, yeah, me too. Like, no. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Like, no. There's shops that sell beetles in their chonk. Yeah, honestly, they're very pretty, especially like the way that the colour, but like, I can't. Respect anyone who, you know, really, really likes them. I'm glad you do, because so at least someone does. Not for me at all. Shatter. Yeah, absolutely understandable. Absolutely fair. I'd feel the same. Like I said, I'm so happy for other people who like them. I know, and I know it's so silly. I don't even like catching them in Animal Crossing. Even in Animal Crossing, I'm like, don't come near me. You can stay well back. And this museum's not getting any. My nephew loves bugs. Damn. Ugh. My dad told me that his sister used to eat worms when she was younger. No! Same. Renegade? Oh yeah, I guess people do eat them. Sometimes I wonder what they would taste like, but it's an experience I will never put myself through because I know if I feel the leg in my mouth, like not of the worm, I understand, but like, you know what I mean? Like if I can't, I'll never get that. I'll never get the life back I used to have where I didn't know what that felt like. I could start. Oh my god. Scary spider, like super spider. When it started raining, we took shelter bus stop. We all looked at it past and was like, if we got bitten by that, we were going to die. Yeah, no, you look at it and you're like, absolutely no way. I watch a lady who has a pet jumping spiders and she does the voices for them and it's all cute and like, but... Do you know, as well, like... I always wonder this about Venora. Venora looks like the kind of person who would totally take on like some kind of like centipede or like some kind of like, because Venora has really interesting pets. And my favorite thing is when she takes that frog or toad, I don't remember, and she puts the Pope hat on it. Specifically, I like the Pope hat. Rope she keeps going. Specifically, I like that, but I look at that frog and I'm like, there's no way on earth I would touch that. There's no way on earth. And I'm like, borderline fascinated. I swear I raid her and then I sit here in whatever paint I am in and I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, and I feel like I can't look away at the same time. I'm more like, because I think like, it's so interesting that this frog, it just sits there. I just find the whole thing fascinating, but I could never touch, I don't think I could hold it. I don't think I could hold it. I don't think I could touch it. I don't think I could look after it. There's no way, like, no way. But yeah, she strikes me as the kind of person of really interesting pets. Not for me. And keep them in gacha balls. Like Pokemon. When I saw her pick up the frog, I thought it was a model at first because it was so still. Yeah, it's really calm, isn't it? shed an old layer. She also has a regular cat that looks like Nico. Does she? I didn't know she had a cat. Yeah, no way, man. Do you like Hypnotoad? Is that the name of the Pokemon? Tell me it is. Am I that far behind on Pokemon? Oh. Right, but the crows are already trying to scare away magpies. So I think it would consume a robin. You guys were making me laugh earlier with the WDC in the Discord because it was like we were all like asking questions and they were replying like so fast. I'd like to say I'm 80% packed. Yeah, so the reason why Ghost was asking questions was because I was telling Ghost about what we had learned, and then Ghost was like, "No way," and then I was like, "Yeah," and then Ghost was like, "What about belugas?" And I was like, "You'll have to ask them." So then Ghost came into the Discord and was like, "Okay," and then he was reading it like, "No way." I always pack the night before. I never, V6, I used to be the person to pack like 2 weeks in advance. And now I'm like, I could probably just pack the day before, but because I'm going away for such an extended period of time, I felt pressure. Felt real pressure on this one. Yeah, you can't pack, exactly, you can't pack too far in advance because then you need things. I did. I think that the last laugh wasn't really that funny in a lot of cases. I think it was the fact that there was a few people who I just thought were funny in general, but I didn't really think that the show was very funny. But I also appreciate that's just me. Or could just be me. Right, V6. I remember when I was in Japan, like the stuff that people had packed to live in Japan was some of the most genuinely, and I mean this in the most rudest way possible, most insane stuff I've ever seen. One girl packed 40 tops. That doesn't include trousers, dresses, anything else. And then when the winter was over, her mum shipped her a suitcase ready for the summer wardrobe. And I thought that was insane. Another guy brought 60 tubes of toothpaste. And I was like, but that's like, you can't just buy toothpaste in Japan. And then he was like, no, I didn't think about that. As if people in Japan don't brush their teeth. And then like I was kind of digging and he brought like pretty much everything that was going to last him. Like, I don't know, like 30 deodorant cans. And I was like, why have you done that? Like, that's an insane thing to do. It was just using it, it's so crazy. I'm not sure if I've ever I owned 40 tops in my life. Yeah, I had no idea. Must be really particular about brands. I don't think they were. I think they kind of were just a bit silly and just didn't think that, you know, you could buy. Right, yeah, because they're everywhere. So I was just like, okay. Some people people just do really strange stuff. I'm like, whatever. But yeah. I was super late today. I was super late today. 0. I'm recreating a famous wrestler's makeup. It's so cute, isn't it? I wonder if it's one of those emotes that like tends to go well with most music. Thanks! I'm looking forward to shading the legs. Wow. This is always so difficult. That'll do. Chat, I have a question, a tech question. Thank you very much. My micro SD cards arrived. If I put those micro SD cards straight into my Instax camera, will it understand? Because I've had it before where it feels like it doesn't understand and like nothing happens. Or do I have to program it? Like, can I just stick that in the camera? Some are pre-formatted, so it should be okay. And if it's not okay, I simply put the card into the PC, format it. Depends. Oh, I was really hoping you weren't gonna say it like that. I don't think we can use FAT anymore. Okay, but what if I also put one in my wildlife camera? And by test you mean put the card in, take a picture, take the card out, see if it's on the card, see if the picture is on the card. Okay, I'll do that tomorrow. Camera should be able to. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Honestly, my chat's really good when it comes to IT questions. And I think a lot of you guys don't do that really annoying thing, which I really, really appreciate. The annoying thing being when you talk about a piece of tech and everyone tells you why you've made the worst choice ever, you shouldn't have done that, you should have asked them first, you should have asked me as to like which graphics card was the best brand, and you know what I mean? Like, oh, that PC case, like I would never, you know what I mean? Yeah, it really stresses me out because I don't think I'm a technophobe. I just have really, I just things just break, right? And so when stuff needs to be repaired, I'm trying really hard to understand. I find that to be it's so aggravating because I don't know if you're just trying to sound elitist, because some people are, or I don't know if you're actually being helpful. There was one person before as well who was basically like, I had a friend and they were like, oh yeah, my GPU's not working. I need a new one. It's really bad, but I can't afford it. Bet. And then they had this one person berating them who was basically like, you need a GPU. Because that's what you need to be a streamer, and to be a streamer then you should be playing more games so then you can earn money. That's how it works. This person been streaming for like 5 or 6 years and I was like, why on earth are you mansplaining? Of course they know about that. That's so rude. And then it was just down to the fact that they couldn't afford it. Yeah, right, I don't even know what that means, but like I just find it's really hard for a lot of people to understand because I don't know everything about PCs, and I'm not going to pretend I do know everything about PCs. I feel like I know enough, and I know more than the average person probably does. But it really bothers me, and I'm grateful that a lot of people in my chat don't do that. But yeah, there was I was about to say, Zero. I think I banned some people. Told me I bought the wrong graphics card. I've been doing this long enough to know it's totally wrong, but since that day the advice he gave me that I didn't ask for has been wrong about 777 times from the past that you banned. I wonder which one it was. Bought the wrong... Oh yeah, look, I remember when I uploaded a picture of being really proud of my PC that I just built, and it worked. And I remember there was a person who was just like, you've done this wrong. I haven't. Okay. With the Mario mushroom, so you know it's faster. That's so cute. No way! Oh no. Yeah, it's silly. Because it's just, I don't really, I mean, I think some people just want to feel like they know more than other people and they need everyone to know about it. Was about the card holders for the Tomb Raider cards. Yeah, probably. I was so annoying. Do you know as well, because you guys are so polite. I didn't get for a long time that you guys were getting annoyed in Discord. I just thought you were all talking a lot. So I was like, okay, no arguments here. But this is another thing, is sometimes I genuinely think it's just me that gets annoyed sometimes. And I'm just like, okay, whatever, like, it's probably just me, it's probably nothing, sure thing. Whatever, I'm looking into it too much. Definitely not just you. Yeah, I totally convince myself of it sometimes, because I think that's quite easily done, but I'm like, oh yeah, never mind. Just a me thing, I guess. I was trying so hard to be like, I wanted to tell him where to go. Damn. At least now we have the ticketing system as well, though. So I guess frustrations could be vented in a way. But yeah, that my red flag went off so hard when after a while they said, yeah, I think that's why Ginny won't ban me, is because I keep gifting subs. And I remember thinking, like, why does she need to ban you? Ginny. And then I was like, what a strange thing to say. I was like, what an odd thing. What an odd thing to say. That's what I thought. And as soon as they said that, I was like, okay. Okay. Oh my god, Jeffy Boo. Yeah, and also, like, you can do what you like. Like, I don't... She hasn't streamed in a few days, and her offline chat is, like, retired. They must be there all the time. It's so interesting. Cassie said to me before, and she made me laugh. She was like... She clicked on my, like, chatting list or something. She was looking for something on my computer with, like, understanding something. I can't remember what it was something silly. And she clicked on my chatting list while I was offline. She was like, there's people in here. And I was like, yeah, they're waiting for me to go live. And she was like... She's like, so they just sit there? And I was like, yeah. And then sometimes some of you guys would start talking and I'm offline. And she'd be like, they're here. And I'd be like, yeah, no, they're waiting for me to go live. And she'd be like, that would stress me out. And I was like, yeah, but they know what time I'm going to be live. Unless I tell them something, I'm going to be late, like half an hour late because something's come up, then they're going to sit there because they're just waiting. And she was like, that's crazy. And I was like, is it? It's like waiting for a TV show to come on and you're like, where is it? Yeah, it made me laugh. I was like, she's never seen it before. Ginny, I think Ginny's chat is interesting because they'll always be like, bald, bald, and then anything bad happens to her, and they're like, Ginny, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I'll call the police myself. I'll make sure this guy gets arrested. I'll make sure he gets 30 years in jail. Are you going to be all right? Are you okay? Someone call a paramedic. Someone in the country, send a paramedic to that location. Just give them the stream link. I promise you, you'll be fine. And then like she'll be like, oh, I think I'm okay. And they'll be like, dramatic. It's so strange. Like the second anything bad happens, they're like, no. But then she'll do anything nice, they're like, bald. Clumsy. Dramatic. Go poo. Did you poo? Twitch are the weirdest people. They are. But they're fun. A lot of them are fun though. Did you wash your hands? Did the chicken wings come out? No, I did not, Pete. Thanks for asking. I hope you're able to pass a bowel movement soon, Shadow. Sounds painful. Jackson. That's so ridiculous. Free foam, Julie's. But they work like a hive mind though, don't they? Like they all do the same thing. And it goes in waves of like emotes and certain sayings. It's so interesting. They all, it's like they work like a hive. Are you gonna do the mask reveal? So I didn't know about the mask reveal until today. So probably not. Only because I didn't know that. However, I don't think this will be the last one I do. You know what I mean? The reason why I chose this one today was because I needed to do, I wanted to do something small so I didn't exhaust myself because I just had a really messy day. I don't mean like I was upset. I just mean like I just had a day where a lot of inconveniences kept happening, and then I was getting frustrated. So I wanted something that was just a bit straightforward for me. Yeah, she does have a lot of fun looks. Chat put loads in my Discord for me to reference. So I'll probably make a transition video like I did with Sting, where I do a bunch. So maybe if I get a mask at some point, or maybe I could paint the mask, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. I don't know. I could do a video just cycling through a bunch, and I think that would be fine, but yeah, at the moment I'm not too worried about it. Asuka was the one that did the big jump from the top of the cage in a trash can. That's Io Sky. Is that another wrestler? Oh my god, yeah, the Mask Day game. I've done a few of those now, Zero. And by a few, I mean Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6. liking this lip gloss at the moment. I'm a bit worried because I think it was a limited edition one. But never mind, but I really like it. I like the shiny. Oh, really? Oh, I should have filmed myself putting on this lip gloss. Oh, it's not focusing on me. Focusing on this piece of hair. Tomorrow, maybe I should do another Oscar makeup look. I keep wanting to call her Asuka, sorry. Maybe I should do another Oscar makeup look. Which means that now... Which means I could wash my hair tomorrow. Which means that now I could use eyeshadow to make the blonde part. Her hair's pink and blue. Pink, blue and purple, isn't it? So I could change this bit to match. Yeah, so maybe I'll do that instead of like fiddling around with a wig. Just like green and purple. In the picture I'm seeing now that I've referenced, it's purple, blue, and pink. Oh, really? But she's currently heel, isn't she? Which one were you thinking of, new? I've done that one already. Yeah, so this one's from wrestling. It's interesting because the last time I did Asuka from Evangelion. Sorry, I haven't seen these things. Anyway, everyone thought I was doing this one. So I guess it just depends. Yeah, thanks, Yanks. So I think it just depends on like which one you are more familiar with. I'd like to do a bunch of Asuka looks. However, I do like the idea of saving them for when I need like an easy day. You know what I mean? Because they're quite ideal for that. I'll do another one tomorrow. Cyberworld 2020, can you please act normal? Thanks, Mom. No chat last week, I was like, I could just book in to get my roots done. Like, I could totally, I've waited long enough. I've waited so long, like now I should get them done. Like I've waited so long. Like, so long, not allowed. So my hairdresser's basically, you see how short that is there? That the length of that. The part that's blue was how long it was when I got my roots done last time because it snapped. because the bleach burnt my hair off, basically. So they were like, stop doing this. You need to give your hair a rest and not and not keep bleaching it for a while because it's snapping. And I was like, ah! So against my will and against my wishes, I'm having to not get them done for a while to make sure that the health of my hair is going to be okay before I end up with an accidental side shave that I didn't want. Didn't take you a while to, oh my god, it took me so long. So long, Yanks. You have no idea how long it took me to talk myself out of that. Dye the other side. Okay, so here's the thing. I genuinely have thought about that. I've genuinely thought about getting this bit dyed brown and then doing this side. But the thing is like it just, look, I look at myself a lot because of my job. Because my hair naturally and comfortably sits like that, then that means that this bit would be blonde, but it would snap easier because I constantly do this. So I'm constantly touching it and I would snap it that way because I'm constantly doing something with it and it would become, and it's brittle, right? Because you've basically pulled all the nutrients out of it and been like, become white. So I have thought about that, but I think that would break worse than this one. So that's why I've just been like, okay, fine. So my plan is to dye this essentially like a dark grey, so it's less obvious. I was gonna do that before my holiday, however, the one that I use, like a toner is different to bleach, by the way. So I'm not allowed to bleach it. I did think about that as well. That's called the skunk, more like a skunk hairstyle. I did think about that. I decided I'll dye it dark grey, but then I was gonna dye it before I went. But then I feel like I'm out of dye. I haven't triple checked, but last time it was a struggle. But I'm gonna mix it with a little bit of water to try and like get the rest out of the bottle. And I went to buy some before I go on holiday, and it delivers at the end of January. So I was like, okay, no problem. I'll just deal with it. So that's why I've left it. Basically, I'm just leaving it. I was considering, I don't know, I considered a plethora of things like, should I do like a bleach bath and then just make it like a lighter brown and then it fades into the blonde so I'm not killing it, but it's still lighter and then it's like its own thing. It's kind of like where I'm at now, but then also I just dyed this part here I like a lighter brown almost, so that it fades better, because beforehand it was like dark brown blonde, like dark brown blonde. So I added like a gradient in to make it a bit softer. Theo helped me to do that. So yeah, trust me, but too long in the read. I don't really like it, but if I bleach it, I might burn more of my hair off. I'm under strict instruction that I'm supposed to be leaving it alone. So I'm leaving it alone for a while, but I want to dye it. Oh, sorry, I want to bleach it, but I'm not really allowed. When's the part when you kick someone's head off? Don't know I'd be too good at that. But I know nothing about wrestling. Chat's been hardcore educating me, which I appreciate. That looks kind of cute. Because she has got a natural rogue streak in her hair. Yeah. I want what you have. The worst part is I've got 2 grey hairs on this side of my head. Why here? Be here! I look so hard! On this side! Don't be here! Be here! But they're here! Why? Why? Aw, that's nice and fun, I'm glad. They did not get the memo, they did not. They're so annoying. Flipping them off fixes the issue, I hope so. It just seems like a bit of fun. I think I'm gonna get another 3D printer. So, I was talking to Dusty, who was struggling to find some stuff for her D&D group, and was saying that she would get a 3D printer like after she's saved up and moved house and stuff. And I was like, so I spoke to Ghost, and the small one downstairs, which was my first printer, I asked Ghost if he'd be interested in, like, we give that to Dusty. And then I was thinking of getting a better, like a better one, like an enclosed one maybe. Don't know. So I was thinking about it, but I don't want to get one that's too pricey. Then Mel gets a bamboo. Like, well, so we'll see. I don't know, but that's what I'm currently thinking. Might do. Unsure, because I'm only a little icky, only a little bit. Yeah, so I have 2. So I'd give one to Dusty. to help her out. And then get a better replacement. She won't know what's happening. Yeah, so I've got 2, but I'll replace 1, so I'd still have 2. Lesser production time, so we'll see. That's what I'm currently thinking of. But I don't feel like I need it anytime soon though. But that always happens, and I'm like, oh my god, I need a printer now. So we'll see. I'll see about doing something like that when I get back. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm going to have a pee break, and then I'm going to put my contact lenses in. My god, Ma! You know full well that's way too pricey. I'm gonna have a pee break, I'm gonna put the lenses in, and then I'm going to go get my belt! Sit back. Does this look right? I feel like I'm wearing it so wrong. Oh, I can do the domo. Do I have to hold it a certain way? Does the W have to point a certain direction, or is it not? Or does it not matter? It feels like it shouldn't matter. Today, Jar Jar. Use your angry face. They seem to borderline be the same as the one I'm looking at. I haven't, Zero, if you haven't already, sorry, could you please pop that one in the Discord because I haven't seen that before. This way. Her thong's on the outside. Do you think she knows? No! Thank you, Zero. It's working as a reflector of my face. It'd be worn on the belly. You know what's really surprising? It's usually worn on the shoulder. Jackpot! Oh yeah, we should wear it like an M for M-Craft. Get the M back after Venora gave me W. There we go! Yay! A messling match. I'd love to say it's WWE, but like MME. Sounds like a completely different sport. It sounds like you tried to do MMA and got the valve wrong. Do they change the belt for different events? Or is it like the same belt that's like the ultimate belt? Do they change, like what I'm like, is it like when you win the Premier League and you win that cup and it's the same, it gets passed around? Or do they make new belts all the time? It's moderate Mel expectations. It sounds like a much worse Great Expectations because it's moderate. There's a landfill of belts. Oh, both? They change the belts sometimes, but there is the next title, the Women's World, the Women's Tag Team, the Women's World for SmackDown. No, I'm lying, I made it up. Oh. Les Banana. Some of you lot are really believable to me. Only when they lose weight. But these belts, they're adjustable. I'm not used to people believing me. I think I've believed quite a few things you've said, but I also think you've realised that's a me problem. Because I've done that with a lot of other people too. I think you've come to realise that quite quickly. I think there are 8 different belts for the women's division. Oh wow, so there's a lot of belts in general. Wow. The new WWE Women's Champion. If I make a crazy claim, there's a 65% chance I'm making it up. I like how Pepper has lost it. Pepper's lasted really well. Pepper wins by looking at her opponent straight in the eye and giving them nightmares. Pepper looks like this to their opponent. Yeah, she earned it. It goes with your outfit. She does have a, yeah, that's the thing. She's really quite cursed. Look at that, she's so cursed. But I know, Autumn was being silly. Pepper's doing a fairly good job, but Pepper was so slightly starting to falter and starting to come down, but. To stay forever. Unless something bad happens to Pepper, Pepper will be in my birthday balloon bin, which means that there's a chance for Pepper to stay for the next few years minimum. Unless Pepper has an accident and tears and dies, Pepper's here. Good night, Sal! What are you planning? I had a small Spider-Man one that died. Sad. Pepper might lose a leg. Oh my god, the stormtroopers are like here. They're like next to me. And they're walking around on one leg. This bit. Just make them hop around. I filled them with helium. That definitely counts. Do you know how hard it is to trip a centipede? It sounds like it'd be really difficult. be honest. I need to find my pencil sharpener because now that I've ended up on this, on the path that I chose, where I'm not having pens, and I'm going to go through all my pencils. I've gone through all the sharp pencils. I need to find, my bloody pencil sharpener. New problem. Start as we mean to go on. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Jackpot? Jackpot, well done. But like that's gonna change. No. It should be fine. I'm gonna disappear for a while, aren't I? So that should be okay. Okay, so chat. Here's the plan for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna try. It's difficult for me because of my sleep schedule. I'm going to try and get up a bit earlier and hopefully do a few little bits and bobs before I go live. Going live, I'd like to do another Asuka makeup look. However, I don't know what it'll be. It will... You sleep. Do you know what? I think sometimes I think it really seems like I don't, but I get quite a lot of sleep. I genuinely get quite a lot of sleep. But it doesn't look like it. I don't know how I've made it look like that. Good one, Jackpot. So I'm gonna do a shorter stream tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm gonna try and do a shorter stream tomorrow because I still haven't finished fully packing. I'm cooking dinner tomorrow. I was still meant to film some stuff for tomorrow. And I want to make sure that like everything is like sorted and good. My dad is going to come over and like paint some bits in the garage while I'm gone. So I need to make sure, and he doesn't have he can't come into the actual house because he will set the alarm off and he's not fast enough. So, I need to get everything ready in the garage. So there's like quite a lot of random things that I need to do. Yeah, Yanks, even Ghost and I are not fast enough to get in and run and put the code in. Even Ghost and I can't do this. So you're not just, we all do. So there's just no way. There's no way I can't let him come in. So he's gonna sort the garage out while I'm away. So I need to make sure that the garage is like has all the everything in there that he needs. So I'll probably do another Asuka makeup look tomorrow. Let's see. You guys have been really helpful and been posting a bunch in the Discord, and I really appreciate that. I haven't decided which one I'm gonna do, but if it's so quick that we could do two, that's awesome, and we will. But I'll make a decision tomorrow based on how much I can get done in the first place. If I manage to get enough done in the morning, that it makes it a little bit easier for me. Then you know what I mean. I'll just have to play it by. I'll just have to see how it goes tomorrow. So, but tomorrow might be a bit shorter. It's not going to be a 10-hour stream. Put it that way. So. I'm already sad. So 9! I'm already sad. I feel like I don't want to go because I'm already sad that I won't be live and I won't be streaming and I won't be playing with makeup. But I deserve to go on holiday because I should have a nice break. But I'm still like... We won't show up in your allotted holiday time, so you should go. But I like, yeah, I know. Anyway, whatever. You are going to have fun. I know! I know I will. Right, I'm gonna go because I can feel myself getting upset. I'm gonna get upset. So I need to go and... I'm getting upset. I'm really good at osmosis. I'm going! I'm going! In a minute. No! 0. Thanks. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's raid Venora. You guys can look at her frog. If her frog's available. Because sometimes her frog isn't available. If her frog is available, can you ask her to show you the throat? Some of you guys know what I'm talking about. For the people who don't know what I'm talking about, can you help with that? I'm going to take my photos and stuff. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for educating me all things wrestling. I will be kayfabe tomorrow. Kyle, you're meant to be at work! Kyle! Oh, you lot are terrible. You lot are just as bad as me. I'm going, but not really. IRL stream.